Welcome to Pillow Talk, a sanctuary for those who yearn for a gentle close to their day. Here, timeless fables are reimagined as meditative bedtime tales, each one carefully crafted to soothe the mind and cradle you into a peaceful sleep. If you find solace in these quiet journeys, we invite you to like and subscribe. Your support helps us kindle more stories under the calm of night. Tonight, we venture into the world of wonder and longing. The Astronomer and the Falling Star follows a solitary stargazer as he searches for meaning among the faraway lights above. Together, we'll rediscover beauty in the overlooked, the gentle flicker of a candle, and the soft reflection of stars in puddles. Let us begin, letting the night unfold softly around us. Chapter 1. Under the Endless Dome. In the deep quiet of midnight, an aging astronomer sits alone in his small, cluttered observatory. Night after night, he gazes upward, tracing the delicate dance of distant constellations. The blue of the sky is deep and endless, pressing in on him with silent patience. Outside, the world sleeps, but he remains awake, searching for answers among the infinite, unreachable stars. His telescope is old, its brass edges burnished by years of lonely hands. Every creak and sigh of the building around him is familiar. The astronomer's heart aches with longing, not just for the mysteries concealed overhead, but for something closer he cannot name. He loves the ceaseless sky, yet he feels himself drifting ever further from the warmth of others, a boat cast away on a sea of silence. Night falls slow and soft. Shadows pool like velvet around his feet. The astronomer's only companions are the slow tick of a clock and the patient sweep of celestial bodies beyond the glass. Friends and family have faded like constellations at dawn. He barely recalls their laughter. The stars above remain forever just out of reach, flickering with secrets he aches to touch, but never can. Sometimes his breath clouds the observatory glass, momentarily blurring the endless night. He blinks and leans closer, desperate not to miss a single glimmer in that immense sky. Each star seems to whisper promises of adventures forgotten, of stories written in another time. In these moments, his longing only deepens. He belongs nowhere, suspended between earth and sky, in a silence no one else shares. On his desk, crumpled papers tell tales of failed calculations and fruitless nights. Ink stains his fingers, proof of questions written in the dark. There is pleasure in the chase, but it is a lonely pleasure, a solitary flame against the chill of emptiness. He dreams of discovering a new star, something that might fill the spaces hollowed by yearning, something close enough to touch. Outside his window, candlelight glows faintly in a distant home, a fragile warmth compared to the faraway galaxy swirling overhead. Sometimes, the astronomer wonders what it would be like to sit beside that golden light, to share a cup of tea and a moment of laughter. Yet he always returns to his post. Loneliness presses in, firm and quiet, as the unblinking stars keep watch above him. Each evening, the ritual repeats. He polishes the glass lens, gazes at sky maps, aligns dials with careful, practiced hands. His fingers sometimes tremble with both anticipation and exhaustion. These routines are soothing, a patchwork of habit that shields him from the ache of isolation. Through the telescope's eye, he glimpses beauty, but it always belongs to another world, a world beyond his reach. He listens to the silence, an old friend, always near. Crickets chirr quietly in the garden outside, their song weaving through the still air. He wonders if anyone else lingers awake under the same dome, drawn by the promise of distant light. Even in a crowded world, his search feels secret and secrete a hymn to something larger, a longing only the endless sky seems to understand. Tonight, wisps of cloud drift lazily across the heavens, veiling the stars with gauzy curtains. The astronomer waits, patient as the sea, for them to clear. The moon glimmers, reflected in a muddy puddle just beneath his window, a reminder that beauty sometimes pools at his feet as well as overhead. Still, he keeps his focus upward, clinging to his old hope the stars might answer his silent questions someday. He remembers childhood, when starlight was a promise and every evening a fresh adventure. Dreams then were easy things, simple and bright. Now, the years have softened his ambition, but not his yearning. The sky feels larger than ever, and he a tiny figure beneath it. Each lonely night weaves another thread into his tapestry of longing, stitched with sighs and the faint twinkle of unreachable worlds. Sometimes, the stillness is overwhelming. Clocks tick, the observatory settles, and he finds himself listening for the echo of his own heartbeat. In these sacred pauses, he wonders if the stars hear his quiet questions, if the universe itself aches with longing as well. The feeling is both comfort and curse, drawing him ever onward beneath the endless velvet of a midnight sky. The astronomer's thoughts drift toward the people, his lost friends grown distant, family whose voices have faded into memory. He wonders if they, too, look upward from time to time, searching for something just out of reach. His longing, though heavy, feels almost universal in these moments, as if all humanity shares this ache beneath the immortal wheel of stars. He finds fleeting consolation in small sights, a candle's steady flame, a firefly's short arc against the darkness. These humble lights seem insignificant compared to entire galaxies, and yet they remind him of warmth, of nearness. He hesitates, caught between the enormous beauty above and these tender earthbound glimmers, uncertain whether to reach for the stars or cherish the comfort that flickers nearby. Night air drifts quietly through the cracked window, bringing scents of damp earth and distant blooms. The astronomer closes his eyes for a moment, letting himself simply listen. The dome above feels boundless, embracing him in cool indigo. He is alone. Yes, yet, in this solitude, there is a gentle kind of peace, an almost sacred hush that settles over both sky and soul alike. He rises from his seat, stretching tired limbs. His shadow lengthens, stretching across books and scattered star charts. Each movement is careful and measured, as if not to disturb the tranquil air. The loneliness doesn't vanish, but it softens, edged out slightly by a sense of purpose. The search continues not just for distant constellations, but for meaning within the spaces solitude has carved. Sometimes, he talks to himself in whispers, a habit formed over years of nightly vigils. His words drift away, barely louder than the whisper of leaves outside. He tells forgotten stories, wonders about the lives of invisible neighbours, muses about stars born and dying light years away. These soft monologues are his way of reaching out, even when no one is there to listen but the night itself. He wonders if the stars notice his devotion, if they remember his face peering up at their flickering splendour. Are his hopes pinned in their light, or do they simply shine, indifferent to mortal longing? These questions accompany him endlessly, yet he asks them as a prayer or a lullaby, a gentle ritual marking the slow passage of sleepless hours beneath the ceaseless dome. From time to time, the astronomer's gaze strays from the telescope. He traces the soft contours of his candle's flame, marvelling at its resilience against the gentle drafts. Sometimes he cups his hands to shelter that small, steady light. It feels almost like holding a miniature star, something delicate and alive, impossibly precious for its nearness, a warmth that contrasts with the cold shimmer of distant galaxies. He recalls a long-ago evening when a friend joined him, laughter echoing beneath the rounded ceiling. They imagined new constellations together, drawing wild lines between stars, making stories out of sparks in the night. That memory glimmers gently within him. He wonders if, perhaps, Connection is another kind of starlight, soft and luminous, just bright enough to reveal a path through the darkness of longing. Outside, dew gathers on the grass, shimmering in the moonlight like 1,000 tiny suns. The astronomer watches as a firefly drifts past the window, its light brief and brilliant. For a moment, he feels his longing shift. There is surprise and small joy in this tiny illumination. The vast universe overhead seems to bend closer, whispering that beauty is present both near and far, if only one looks. He gently places his hand on the observatory's cold wall, grounding himself in the moment. The stillness settles deeper. Although his yearning for the unreachable persists, it no longer feels so sharp. The stars watch on, ancient and silent, as he finds comfort in his presence here under the dome, between earth and sky. This peace, fleeting though it may be, is enough to carry him through another night. And so, the astronomer lets his gaze wander first to the flicker of the candle, then to the faint light of the stars reflected beyond his window. His isolation is real, yet not absolute, softened by the gentle beauty that surrounds him. The night lingers, hushed and full of hope. Under the endless dome, he discovers that even the loneliest seeker can find grace in the quiet radiance of the world. Chapter 2. Chasing Celestial Shadows. Each evening, the astronomer prepares for his quiet vigil. A teapot whistles softly as he settles near the open window, quill and parchment ready. His eyes linger not on the warmth of his study, but on the vast expanse above. Shadows from the candle dance along the walls, echoing the drifting constellations that soon fill his thoughts with distant longing. He lifts his telescope, its polished brass cool beneath his fingertips, and turns it skyward. With steady hands and practiced care, he begins charting the stars, noting each one's subtle drift across the ink-black canopy. There is discipline in his work, a quiet precision that has become his nightly companion. He records the shifting points of light, capturing patterns as if they might one day reveal their secrets. Night after night, his routine is unchanged. The observatory is silent except for the scratch of quill on paper and the occasional sigh. Rifted shadows stretch across ancient maps, while his gaze tracks cold, distant fires. His records grow with careful marks and measured lines, yet joy seems lost among the endless symbols and silent calculations. The candle's flame burns low, barely warming the air around him. In the hush beneath these infinite stars, the astronomer's life passes in a quiet, tireless loop. He moves from study to telescope, from notes to calculations, his footsteps a soft whisper on worn floorboards. The universe above is unchanging in its grandeur, while his own world becomes smaller with every passing night. The silence of the observatory presses in, gentle but unyielding. Though beauty glimmers overhead, it remains distant, unreachable. The stars are cold jewels, perfect but far away, their beauty only heightened by their remoteness. The astronomer searches for warmth among them, but finds instead the echo of his own solitude rebounding in the darkness. Midnight deepens, and his heart grows heavier a shadow among shadows, charting astral mysteries that never draw close. His work is careful, bordering on obsessive. Sometimes he wonders when awe gave way to mere routine. Long ago, the stars seemed alive, dancing and whispering their secrets. Now, they are marks on parchment, fixed in ink and memory. He catalogues each minute change, his soul wandering even as his body remains anchored to the observatory's dim glow, tethered by duty and fading wonder. Candles flicker, casting warped constellations on cracked ceiling beams. The astronomer watches their movements, a faint comfort found in their brief golden shimmer. Still, his focus returns, always, to the heavens. He longs for something unexpected, a falling star, or a sign from beyond the icy stillness. Yet, only silence answers, fractured by the cadence of his ink against the page, cataloguing the never-ending march of starlight. Sometimes he pauses, quills suspended above the parchment, heart fluttering as if recalling a forgotten dream. The night holds its breath. But clarity never comes, only the slow drift of constellations and passage of time. He resumes his work, shaping order from cosmic chaos, but wonders if the meaning he seeks lies always just out of reach, enshrined in distance and in darkness. The astronomer's hands are lined and weary, yet each gesture is made with reverence. He adjusts dials and aligns the telescope, peering deeper into the womb of night. The lens reveals icy brilliance, a universe indifferent to his longing. Yet he persists, compelled by a duty that has become habit, tracing paths that stretch far beyond the edge of his sight, reaching for a beauty that feels untouchable. Sometimes his reflections blur as fatigue steals in. He remembers the first time he traced a constellation, his heart alight with wonder. That spark feels distant now, dulled by repetition and sleeplessness. He wonders who he is without this endless search, and if the stars that once charmed him now only reinforce his solitude. Still, he commits each detail to paper, marking another night spent in quiet devotion. The room grows colder as the night deepens. The fire in the grate settles to embers, shadows gathering in the corners. He looks up from his notes, trying to find comfort in moonlight seeping through frosted glass. The silver glow touches his charts, brushing the inked lines with faint brilliance, suggesting a silent kinship between the celestial and the mundane, though true warmth eludes him. Through nights unnumbered, he drifts trapped in routine yet drawn ever outward. A hush fills the observatory, layered with the slow melody of starlight. Sometimes He thinks he hears echoes of old fables drifting from the dark between constellations. But he cannot reach them, their voices swallowed by distance, leaving him to linger in the spaces between memory and hope, ever seeking meaning under the sky's silent gaze. His charts scatter across the desk, a testament to countless sleepless nights. Patterns repeat, constellations twist, yet the mysteries endure. The astronomer's notes are as endless as the sky page after page filled with careful script. Yet, in the repetition, his heart barely stirs. His gaze rests for a moment on the wavering candle, letting its gentle light ease the ache of distant dreams, if only for a breath. He rises to stretch, peering out the window to the garden below, where dew settles quietly on forgotten petals. The world outside is just as hushed as the one above, wrapped in midnight's embrace. For an instant, he feels a pang of longing for simpler joyous memory of laughter, or the warmth of another's hand. Yet, the allure of the stars tugs him back to his task, as night recedes toward dawn. Even as he counts and catalogues, the astronomer senses time slipping past. His reflection, faint in the glass, seems ethereal, as if he too is becoming a shadow. The ticking of the old clock in the hall keeps pace with the silent dance of the heavens. He ponders how many nights remain in his quest, and what he hopes to find beauty, purpose, or simply a sign that he is not alone in his watching. All around him, the world is changing while he remains still. He thinks of seasons turning, leaves falling and growing again beyond the window. The stars, constant and cold, urge him upward in thought, but root him in loneliness. He wonders if devotion to distant fires has cost him the warmth of life below. Still, he turns to his telescope, searching for solace somewhere in the celestial tapestry above. Sometimes, memories return unbidden, a night of childhood wonder, when every falling star seemed a promise. He remembers the thrill of discovery, wide-eyed and expectant. Now, each streak of light is recorded with method instead of marvel. The years stretch thin, leaving only the ritual behind. He asks himself whether the stars can ever give back what they once inspired, or if longing itself is his only true companion now. With each night completed, his journal grows thicker. The ink stains become a silent testament to his persistence. Still, the stars keep their secrets. He wonders why their beauty feels so cold, why their light kindles admiration, but not joy. Perhaps, he muses, meaning is not found in distant wonders, but in the spaces where longing meets the quiet world within. It is a question he carries as he works. The observatory stands as a small island in a sea of darkness. Its tower, lit by a single lamp, guards the astronomer's dreams from unravelling. Inside, he reads old notes, searching for the thrill that has faded over time. Outside, the night is patient, infinite. He feels himself part of it, distant, silent but enduring, like the constellations he traces night after night, seeking answers in the shadows overhead. Sometimes, when the night is at its darkest, he closes his eyes and listens. The wind sighs through cracks in the stone, carrying distant scents of midnight earth. It reminds him that beauty exists not only above, but all around in quiet breaths, in the hush of the garden, in warm candlelight flickering low. For a moment he is at peace, though the ache of yearning returns as he reopens his eyes to the stars. Pages turn beneath his hand, the parchment soft and familiar. He traces old calculations, marvelling at how each night's work resembles the last. Yet, as he lifts his gaze to the dark curtain outside, he senses a promise in the repetitiona lesson incubating in silence. Perhaps, he thinks, purpose can be found not only in great revelations, but in the steadfast pursuit of quiet understanding, night after gentle night. His routines feel both comforting and confining. He prepares for sleep as dawn lightens the sky, only to rise again at sunset, repeating the dance. Each day his reflection grows more faded, yet his commitment to the stars never wanes. In his solitude he learns patience, though he hungers for the spark that once set his mind alight. Above, the celestial shadows drift on, and he readies himself to chase them another night. The astronomer's nightly rituals shape his world as much as the stars themselves. Every chart, every note, is a thread in the fabric of his life woven taut and luminous with longing. In the cold silence his soul travels further than his eyes ever could, wandering through heavens mapped and unmapped. And as sleep tempts him at last, he wonders if, someday, a single moment of wonder might pierce the lonely darkness. Beneath the final arc of the night, he pauses, gazing one last time at the patient stars. The sky glimmers, vast and unyielding, its shadows a silent invitation. He gathers his notes, snuffs the candle, and lets the hush of dawn settle across the observatory. The stars wait for him as always, unchanging yet ever mysterious. And so, the astronomer surrenders to rest, his dreams a gentle echo of the sky's infinite quiet. Chapter 3. The Whisper of a Falling Star. Tonight, the astronomer sits quietly beneath the vast sky, his notebook open but forgotten on his lap. The silence wraps around him like a soft blanket, broken only by the faint sound of his breath. Above, the stars shimmer, patient and endless, and he tries to count their light, as he has done every other night in gentle ritual. Just as his eyes begin to tire and drift away from their careful watch, a sudden blaze tears across the velvet darkness. A falling star, radiant and rare, travels silently above the world. Its tail leaves a silver hope trailing behind, stirring something ancient within him. For a moment, all the astronomer's worries are hushed, awe takes hold, and time itself seems to pause, offering only stillness. The astronomer forgets to make a wish. He only watches, spellbound, as the star burns brightly and fades. The flash lingers in his memory as much as in the sky. He is left with an open mouth and a longing heart, captivated by beauty so brief that it almost aches. The falling star interrupts his old routines, and wonder, quiet and unexpected, returns to his weary spirit. Surrounded by darkness, he closes his eyes and remembers the world before it became distant and cold. There was a time when enchantment lived in every simple thing. He feels the memory move through him like a gentle breeze. Old joys, the golden flicker of a candle, the chorus of crickets rise up, reminding him of the magic he once believed everywhere around and within. He breathes in deeply, letting the cool night air fill his chest and clear his mind. The hush that follows a falling star seems to settle not just over the sky, but deep inside his soul. Slowly, the astronomer opens his heart again to old dreams, letting go for a moment of charts and calculations. The universe, it seems, is full of silent invitations, urging him to feel rather than merely measure. He thinks of the first time he ever looked up and searched for a star. He remembers small hands reaching toward the unknown, eyes wide with wonder. Somewhere along the way, he grew older and focused only on distant things. Tonight, with the gift of this brilliant falling star, he comes back to the gentle thrill he felt as a child, the gift of simply noticing. The astronomer's observatory feels different now. Instead of cold glass and polished metal, it holds a gentle warmth. The falling star's fleeting light has coloured the walls and soothed the cluttered corners of his heart. He moves slowly through the room, running a hand along the windowsill, letting the moment stretch, surrendering to the comfort of new memories being formed by wonder's return. He steps outside, letting the night embrace him fully. With each footfall, the grass sighs beneath his weight, and a soft dew clings to his slippers. Above, the sky has settled into a deep hush. Even the wind waits. The astronomer stands still, listening to silence shimmering between stars, feeling a connection to something both vast and intimate that he cannot quite name. As he tilts his face skyward, the scent of damp earth grounds him, anchoring the present to memories long faded. He recalls nights from long ago laying in tall grass, watching stars with friends and family, laughter echoing softly in the dark. Each memory glows now with renewed kindness, the falling star's passage kindling old joys, gently reawakening his spirit to the miracle of now. He lingers in this quiet, letting every sound and sensation settle. Insects sing softly, the world breathes around him. The astronomer realizes that life's smallest moments, much like a falling star can, flare unexpectedly into beauty. What matters is not always distant or unreachably high. Sometimes, meaning is woven right here, in the fleeting present, waiting to be seen with quiet and grateful eyes. Turning once more toward the sky, the astronomer offers a silent thank you for what he has just witnessed. He carries no wish, only a soft promise to be more awake to wonder, to let enchantment find him in the ordinary as well as the extraordinary. The falling star asks nothing from him. It simply gives its light and passes on, leaving behind a gentle glow that lingers long after. Back inside his observatory, the astronomer lights a simple candle. Its small flame reminds him of the falling star, burning with quiet strength against the dark. He sits nearby, watching shadows dance on the walls, their movements gentle and slow. In these soft, shifting shapes, he finds comfort, a reminder that light, no matter how brief, always leaves traces of magic in its wake. He sits, content, letting candlelight fill the room. The silence deepens into warmth, drawing out pieces of forgotten happiness from the corners of his heart. The astronomer closes his eyes and listens, to the rhythm of his breath, to the hush outside, and to the echo of the falling star's whisper. In this silence, old wounds soften, and wonder quietly mends what weariness left behind. With each new flicker of the flame, he feels the thrill of discovery returning. Tonight, it is not a brilliant constellation or a rare astronomical event that brings peace. It is the memory of surprise, the gentle awe in witnessing something fleeting and beautiful. The astronomer understands at last that life's light is found just as often in passing moments as in faraway galaxies. He opens his notebook, words coming not from data but from feeling. He writes not of coordinates or calculations, but of wonder of a falling star that showed him how to see again. Each line he pens is soft and unhurried. The astronomer's heart becomes a quiet well, drawing inspiration from awe rather than duty, and in doing so, he rediscovers the pure joy of noticing. Outside, night deepens, settling over the observatory like a velvet cloak. Distant stars blink softly in their eternal journeys, but the falling star's trace is gone now, its presence lingering only in memory. Yet the astronomer knows, some moments, however brief, are strong enough to transform the soul. Tonight, wonder knocked softly, and for once he answered with open arms. He leaves the notebook open on his desk, ink still wet with longing and gratitude. Walking to his window, the astronomer gazes out, sensing the world's quiet invitation. Perhaps, he thinks, enchantment is never truly lost. It simply waits for us to notice again. With a gentle sigh, he promises not to let this night slip quietly away, but to carry the memory as a lantern for the darker times ahead. Before sleep, the astronomer replies to the memory of that falling star with a smile. It was gone in an instant, yet it returned to him more than any detailed map ever could. The sky, once a puzzle of distant lights, now feels tender and near, woven with possibility. He realizes that to wonder is itself a comfort, a promise that beauty waits, even in the quietest, simplest hour. Tonight, the astronomer finds rest in the knowledge that he belongs to a universe capable of beauty and surprise. The shapes of clouds, the sway of nearby trees, the pulse of distant sunsoul sing quietly of a world that wishes not to be understood, but cherished. He reflects, gently and slowly, reviving the hope that had grown thin and weary over countless routine nights. The astronomer's heart slows to the tempo of sleep, soothed by gratitude and soft candlelight. He feels the night cradle him, its silence made gentler by the memory of the star's brilliant sweep. Even as dreams begin to rise and drift across his mind, he knows the universe is a little brighter for those who pause, look up, and allow themselves to wonder, however briefly, however quietly. In sleep, his dreams are coloured by the silver arc of the star. He walks again through fields beneath open skies. Old laughter and gentle voices flutter at the edges of his mind. Each dream is a quiet celebration of the night's quiet gift, a refusal to let routine dull the magic of being alive. When morning comes, his spirit will carry the hush and hope of the star's silent passage. The candle's flame dwindles, its last light glimmering softly as the astronomer slips deeper into rest. The night outside is calm. Somewhere in the world, another heart may be stirred by the fall of a distant star and the promise that beauty comes unbidden for anyone willing to look. He drifts, grateful, into sleep, where even the smallest light is enough to guide him gently home. And so, the chapter closes with the release of worries and the embrace of wonder. The memory of the falling star is now a part of Hema, gentle place in his heart where hope can settle and peace can grow. As the world outside deepens into midnight, the astronomer lets himself surrender fully to the quiet, trusting that enchantment dwells in both sky and earth, in dreams as well as waking. Tomorrow, he will wake with softer eyes, and the universe will feel nearer somehow, laced with possibility. The memory of the falling star will warm him long after its light has faded from the sky. In this calm, meditative dusk, the chapter ends not with an answer, but with the lingering promise that somewhere in every night, wonder patiently waits for us to see it once more. Chapter 4. The Candle's Embrace. The astronomer sat in heavy silence, heart still echoing from the profound wonder of the stars. He turned from the telescope, the lens grown cold under his touch, and let his eyes settle on the humble flame nearby. Its soft golden glow wavered against the gloom, inviting his gaze. He found comfort in its presence, a familiar warmth in the quiet room. The small flame flickered, rising and falling gently with the slightest whisper of air. The astronomer watched it dance, entranced by the subtle beauty he had overlooked so many nights before. The candle's wax pooled around its base, mirroring the way stars seemed to gather in his memory. In this quiet moment, the world outside faded, leaving only the shimmering presence of light close at hand. He leaned closer to the candle, feeling its gentle warmth brush against his skin. Memories of childhood flashed through his mind, quiet evenings illuminated by the same golden glow. The astronomer understood that this simple flame was a star in its own right, offering light and hope when the universe felt vast and cold. He breathed in, letting his thoughts rest among the trembling shadows cast upon the walls. With every flicker, the flame seemed to speak in a language of comfort and reassurance. The astronomer's eyes softened as he listened with his heart, allowing the quiet dance of light to calm his thoughts. Even as the world beyond his window stretched into the unknown, the candle's gentle persistence reminded him that wonder was not only far away, but also right here in the gentle moment. He studied the oval of light the candle cast across his work table, noticing how gently it shifted as the flame swayed. Each shadow had a story, every reflection a secret waiting to be discovered. The astronomer marveled at this small constellation shaped by glass, wax, and flame. He realized that the candle's steady glow was as precious as any distant star, illuminating the quiet places within himself. Lost in quiet reverie, the astronomer placed his hand beside the candle, palms open to receive its warmth. The soothing presence radiated comfort, soaking into tired fingers and bones. He watched the flame bow and stretch, curving away from invisible currents. In this gentle ritual, he felt the boundaries between himself and the world soften, the distance between longing and contentment quietly shrinking. He wondered how many evenings he had spent chasing lights he could never touch, all while this humble candle burned faithfully at his side. Its small spark was constant, never demanding his attention, but always offering itself freely. The astronomer smiled softly, sensing that perhaps the true gift of wonder was learning how to see anew, recognizing the beauty in both the faraway and the familiar alike. As he leaned back in his chair, the astronomer let his gaze slip out of focus, blurring the edges of the candle's glow. The room faded to shapes and shadows, all orbiting the point of golden light. He felt himself drift gently between thought and dream, wrapped in the soft hush of midnight. The flicker of the candle promised safety, a reminder that he was never truly alone in the darkness. His breathing slowed to match the silent rhythm of the candle. Each inhalation felt peaceful, filled with the subtle scent of melting wax. For a moment, the astronomer let go of old fear's fear of emptiness, fear of missing what was most important. He knew now that peace could be found not just in the vastness of possibility, but also in the certainty of a single, steadfast flame burning close to home. Time seemed to pause as the astronomer studied the interplay of light and shadow around him. The candle's gentle glow revealed the soft lines of ancient books, the gentle curve of his telescope, and the quiet beauty that filled his small study. Each detail was painted with the same golden radiance. He realized the universe was here as well, contained in the quiet breath of a flame and the hush of midnight air. Outside, the world was silent, held in the velvet promise of sleep. But inside his study, the candle's glow kept vigil, chasing away every hint of loneliness or despair. Its unwavering presence encouraged him to trust the slow unfolding of each moment. He closed his eyes and listened to the husher symphony woven from the crackle of the wick and the slow, peaceful rhythm of his own heartbeat. He thought of all the explorers and dreamers who came before him, those who pondered mysteries by candlelight, searching for meaning in both shadows and stars. The astronomer felt himself joined to them by invisible threads, a timeless fellowship of quiet wonder. With every gentle flicker, the candle whispered the same invitation to pause, to watch, to open one's heart to the simplicity of light close at hand. The astronomer could see the reflection of the candle in the darkened window glass, a tiny sun floating amidst cool midnight. He smiled at its small, unassuming power. The flame did not compare itself to stars or chase after distant galaxies. Instead, it offered its glow freely, content to illuminate what was near. The astronomer let this lesson sink in sometimes. The smallest lights shine brightest in the gentle hush of night. He leaned forward and breathed softly across the candle, watching the flame quiver but hold steady, undaunted by his presence. Its persistence spoke to him of resilience, of hope. The candle burned faithfully through draughts and darkness, a guardian of warmth. The astronomer felt a silent gratitude, realizing that its constancy was a gift he cherished most on nights when the universe felt especially distant. A soft sigh escaped the astronomer as he allowed the quiet to settle around him. When he listened, he could hear the gentle pop and sigh of the candle's flame as it consumed the air. There was nothing to chase, nothing to prove. Here in the circle of candlelight, he discovered a sanctuary, a safe haven from the longing that sometimes accompanies stargazers. He let himself simply be, cradled by gentle warmth. As the hours drifted by, the candle's wax retreated, leaving delicate streams running down its side. The astronomer traced their patterns, mesmerized by the slow passage of time. In their melting paths, he saw echoes of rivers, mountain trails, and the winding journey of his own searching spirit. The candle's slow burn was a reminder that every form of light, no matter how modest, could carve beauty into the world. The astronomer placed a finger over the candle's base, feeling the faint pulse of warmth. It was not the intense, blinding brilliance of distant stars, but a gentle, steady presence enough to guide a weary soul home. He contemplated the difference. Some lights are meant to be chased, others to be cherished. In the flame's embrace, he chose stillness over pursuit, gratitude over longing. He watched as the shadows cast by the candle stretched and shifted, moving with every subtle flick of the flame. Each shape told a different story, a silent play across the walls of his study. The astronomer let his imagination wander, seeing constellations in the patterns of darkness and light. Even indoors, he was surrounded by stars born of wax and fire, others of memory and hope. In that soft cocoon of warmth, the astronomer's heart grew quiet. He folded his hands and bowed his head, whispering a silent thank you both to the endless sky above and the steadfast flame before him. Wonder, he realized, was not merely found in distant galaxies, but also in the patient beauty of presence. The candle's embrace was a gentle reminder that all lived in both beginnings and endings, in each glowing moment. The flame leaned and righted itself, swaying with the breath of the room. The astronomer admired its resilience, its ability to remain luminous no matter how softly or fiercely the wind might blow. He found in it a reflection of his own journey, a life devoted to searching, sometimes lost, yet always returning to the light. With each quiet moment, the candle restored a sense of peace, a feeling of coming home. There was a softness to the world within the candles, glow a gentler reality where time stretched and the chatter of the mind slowed to silence. The astronomer let his worries drop away, putting aside calculations and charts. Instead, he watched the play of light on his hands, tracing the delicate outlines revealed by the flicker. He realized that all he truly needed in this moment was here within the candle's heart. The room could have been anywhere, a faraway observatory or a quiet cottage. All that mattered was the golden flame and the soul it welcomed into its embrace. The astronomer discovered that the search for wonder often ended where it began, in the comfort of the familiar, the reassurance of gentle light. He let himself surrender to its calm, drifting into a space between memory and dream, hope and rest. A final glance at the candle revealed the last sliver of wax shrinking away, yet the flame still burned strong. The astronomer understood now. The source of light mattered less than its presence. He smiled, thankful for the warmth and clarity the candle had given him. In its quiet glow, the mysteries of the night seemed less daunting, each question softened by the serenity he found within its embrace. With a gentle motion, the astronomer cupped his hands around the flame, letting its light bathe his face in gold. He whispered a silent promise to carry this peace with him, no matter what awaited in the star-studded dark beyond his window. As the candle flickered one last time, he closed his eyes, carrying the warmth and wonder into sleep, the soft embrace of light guiding him safely through dream and night alike. Chapter 5. Light in Unexpected Places. The garden lies in deep shadow, quiet and still, save for the whisper of a breeze in the leaves. The astronomer, drawn outdoors by a gentle restlessness, steps quietly. The cool night air feels different tonight, charged with the subtle anticipation he cannot name. Bare feet brush against dewy grass, and each step carries him into a barely lit world filled with hidden wonders he seldom sees. He pauses, letting his eyes adjust to the dark. At first, everything seems cloaked in gloom, but soon faint glimmers begin to emerge. There, on a blade of grass, the dew clings, capturing the softest hints of moonlight. The astronomer kneels, his breath quiet, mesmerized by a single drop that glows gently. It is quiet, humble lighter, simple marvel, always present but rarely noticed in his nightly pursuits. A nearby spiderweb comes into focus. Its filaments are delicate tapestry suspended in the night. As it sways with the wind, silver threads catch a faint glimmer, becoming visible for only a moment. The astronomer leans closer, seeing how the web pulses with a soft radiance. Tiny droplets hang along each thread like a necklace of stars, transforming what he once considered ordinary into a realm of mysterious beauty. He moves gently through ferns, senses sharpened to the quiet. Then, a sudden blinker flicker of living light. A firefly drifts by, its lantern pulsing softly in the darkness before vanishing among the leaves. The astronomer stands still, watching as more tiny lights appear, each one rising and fading. Their simple dance reminds him that not all wonder is found overhead, some is revealed close at hand. He lets himself stand quietly and listens to the subtle chorus of the night. Insects sing from the underbrush, and somewhere nearby an owl murmurs. The air feels gentle against his skin, no longer chilly, but soothing with the faint promise of morning. He notices every glint, every gentle shimmer from the grass to the smallest droplets gathered at his feet. Each reflects a piece of distant starlight. A forgotten stone, resting beside the garden path, glows with a light mist of dew. The astronomer touches its surface, feeling how cold and real it is. He marvels at the way the droplets distort and scatter the moon's reflection, creating a miniature galaxy across the stone's face. There, within the ordinary, he sees the cosmos echoed a reminder that beauty often sits unnoticed at the edge of awareness. Beneath the tangled rosebush, he finds a hidden pool left by the evening's rain. It mirrors the sky, tiny pinpricks of stars trembling in its dark surface. As he gazes, the astronomer is overcome by a gentle peace. The reflection shifts with every movement of air, subtle ripples turning constellations into new patterns. Here, in the hush of his own garden, a sky of possibilities unfolds at his feet. He bends closer to the pooling water, watching a single fallen leaf drift slowly across it. The leaf shimmers with reflected starlight, moving calmly as if guided by a hidden hand. The astronomer, lost in the moment, senses that the universe resides not just above, but everywhere surrounding him in droplets, webs and glimmers. Each small reflection becomes another window to wonder. A gentle breeze stirs, and the air is alive with subtle movement. Dewy grass shifts, and spiderwebs tremble in their corners. He notices how each little movement reveals a new pattern of light. Through these fleeting illuminations, the astronomer feels the world's quiet invitation to pause, to see deeply, and to remember that light is always present, waiting for someone to notice its gentle gifts. He stands quietly under an old willow, tracing the lines of its drooping branches as they catch hints of moonlight. Each branch forms a silhouette, outlined softly against the night. The astronomer notices a cluster of raindrops collecting at the very tip, gathering until they fall, one by one, back to earth with a silent splash. It is a small, rhythmic dancer, silent celebration of the quiet light around him. Passing low ferns, he sees how their edges gleam, outlined in silver by beads of moisture. The ferns unfurl quietly in the cool air, caught between shadow and light. With each step, he grows more attentive, almost reverent, aware of how every detail, every subtle glint holds its own story. The astronomer lets his mind still, letting these quiet moments fill the spaces where exhaustion once lived. Deep in a corner, he finds a patch where the soil glimmers, scattered with tiny fragments of quartz. He kneels, letting the cool earth press against his palms, and studies the hidden sparkle. Each crystal piece catches the faintest light, making the ground itself feel celestial. For a moment, he forgets the sky entirely, content to find constellations laid carefully in the world at his feet, as wondrous as those above. As he moves along the path, the astronomer glimpses his own shadow stretching across the damp grass. It wavers gently, swaying with the pale light above. There is comfort in its presence, a sign that even in near darkness he is not alone. The shadow becomes part of the quiet scene, a silent companion to the ordinary marvels unfolding through every simple reflection and gleaming thread. He pauses and cups his hands around a spider web, careful not to disturb it. Within the delicate structure, he finds an entire galaxy of droplets, each tiny orb glowing like a distant sun. He marvels at how the fragile things of the world so easily overlooked can store so much light, catching it, holding it, and then letting it go. It becomes a meditation, steadying his restless heart. Briefly, he closes his eyes and listens instead. The sounds of the garden soft, ancient, and ever-present ground him. He breathes in the scent of earth and damp leaves, feeling how the smallest details grow immense in appreciation. When he opens his eyes once more, every subtle gleam feels richer, brighter, as if the night itself is newly alive with secret sparks of hope. The astronomer thinks of the nights spent peering through his telescope, chasing the distant, the unreachable. Yet, here and now, the simple glows of moisture, insects, and muted stars feel just as grand as the mysteries of the heavens. Wonder, he realizes, is not the sole property of faraway things. It lives quietly, all around him, awaiting rediscovery with every patient look. He rises and follows the soft trickle of water toward a quiet corner where a small creek runs past. The surface is barely lit, yet he sees countless points of light shifting among the pebbles. Each ripple catches the faint glow from above, drawing twinkling patterns in the darkness. The astronomer kneels beside the creek and lets his fingers trail through the cool current, feeling at peace with these gentle luminescences. With every patient step, the astronomer finds another small displayer, snail's silver trail glinting across a rock, the muted gleam of a moth's wings. These are not grand or dramatic, yet each one stirs him. Together, they weave an intricate tapestry, a quiet reminder that the universe's magic is often most generous where it is least expected. He feels his curiosity deepening, his heart quietly lifted. A gentle hush falls over the garden. He sits at the edge of a small clearing, watching as drifting fireflies blink together and apart. Their lantern-like glow rhythmically pulses, echoing the beating of his own heart. In this meditative quiet, the astronomer finds himself smiling, content to witness light as an intimate presence, not a distant goal. The beauty he'd been seeking was always around him, waiting patiently. He lays back in the grass and gazes upward, seeing now the stars overhead as familiar companions to the lights at his side. The grass cool against his back, he breathes in slowly. Above, the sky swirls in tranquil blue. Below, the earth answers with glints and glimmers. The boundaries dissolve, and he feels at home in a universe where wonder is woven through every place, high and low. A quiet awe grows in his chest, gentle and enduring. It is not the sharp thrill of discovery, but a soft presence, peaceful and sustaining. Each subtle shimmer has become a lesson in mindfulness, teaching him that wonder thrives in patient attention. In the stillness, the astronomer's heart opens, and for the first time in many nights, he feels himself welcomed by the world outside his own pursuit. Slowly, dawn begins to touch the horizon, a gentle blue brightening through the darkness. The garden responds, each drop of dew burning brighter in anticipation. The astronomer knows his time under night's cover is almost over. He takes a last grateful look at the quiet radiances, the spiderweb, the creek, the fireflies, and carries their gentle lights inward, holding them close as the world prepares for morning. Rising from the grass, dew-damp and serene, the astronomer makes his way back toward the house. Behind him, the small lights of the garden linger steadfast and silent, while beyond, the sky grows softer, hinting at sunrise. He pauses once, looking back, and feels the depth of his gratitude. The garden's light, hidden and humble, now glows quietly within him as he returns home to rest. Inside, as dawn fills his room, the astronomer sits by the window and gazes out. The wonders of the night linger with him of fireflies. Blink, the shimmer of dew, the flicker of moonlight on water. He understands now that the greatest lights are not always the most distant or grand. Sometimes they are simply the unexpected gifts waiting outside our door, inviting us to notice and be at peace. Chapter 6. Reflections Below. The astronomer pauses at the edge of a quiet puddle, rain still gently tapping at its surface. He leans down, peering into the shallow water. There, the moon shimmers back at him, its reflection trembling with each ripple. He is struck by how the vast sky folds itself into something so small, for once within reach and softly flickering at his feet. He kneels, captivated by this delicate vision. The moon, usually remote and untouchable, is suddenly close, its silver light bending in the gentle waves. The astronomer watches the reflections stretch and blur, the puddle becoming a mirror to the heavens. Peace seeps into his bones. For the first time in a long journey, he allows himself the quiet joy of seeing the universe held in the palm of a hand. A soft breeze stirs the water, and the moon's image dances across the puddle's surface. The astronomer smiles, mesmerized by the tender play of light and motion. He realizes that even the grandest wonders, the ones he chased across endless sky scan, be found nearby, cloaked in simplicity. The reflection is fluid, never fixed, a living moment, as fleeting and beautiful as a whispered wish. He stays beside the puddle, lost in thought, and a gentle calm begins to wash over him. The troubles of the day fade away, replaced by gratitude for the beauty at his feet. Each droplet adds new ripples, reshaping the moon's reflection, a reminder that nothing remains unchanged. The astronomer lingers, letting himself drift on the tranquil surface of this small world, soothed by the slow rhythm of the night. Looking up again at the sky, then back at the water, the astronomer feels a bridge between worlds. What was once impossible to touch now appears within his grasp, softened by the rain and held in the earth's quiet embrace. He breathes deeply, savouring the earthy scent and the sound of distant thunder. The moon above and its image below form a gentle duet, both unreachable and close at once. His mind wanders through old memories, long nights spent chasing distant stars, eyes straining for wonders he thought beyond his reach. Yet now, with his reflection rippling beside him, he understands that wonder isn't measured by distance or rarity. It blooms quietly in unexpected places, a candle's glow, a firefly's light, a moon resting in a rain puddle. These gentle gifts are what fill the heart with awe. These gentle gifts are what fill the heart with awe. The astronomer relaxes further, sitting carefully on the soft, damp earth. He watches the moon's reflection flicker, catching soft colours from street lamps in the fading dusk. He listens to the whisper of the wind as it ruffles the water, to the distant call of a night bird. With every subtle change in light or movement, the reflection reshapes itself, ever surprising, a silent companion for his quiet contemplation. A gentle rain resumes, drawing circles around the reflected moon. The astronomer finds beauty in these fragile shapes, the water blossoming outward before dissolving into calm again. Each tremor reminds him that even stillness is never absolute. There's always subtle movement, a soft pulse beneath the surface. He remains perfectly still, watching as the world above and below merge for a peaceful, fleeting moment. He traces his finger along the puddle's edge and feels the chill of the water, grounding him in the quiet present. The astronomer smiles, remembering how hard he searched for miracles in faraway places. Now, with the gentle night around him and the moon's delicate image beside him, he understands that wonder often waits where we least expect. Sometimes it's simply there, in a reflection, patient and peaceful. His heart slows, and his thoughts become soft and dreamlike. He lets his mind drift, picturing the moon's journey through countless nights, always shining, always patient. In this little puddle, he finds not just a reflection of the sky, but an invitation to pause and notice the beauty hidden in plain sight. He lingers there, grateful, allowing each breath to deepen his sense of calm and belonging. The gentle rain fades and the night quiets, leaving only the faint sound of water settling. The astronomer sees the stars begin to appear, tiny sparks twinkling both above and in the shimmering puddle. Suddenly, he realizes that the heavens surround him completely. They exist in the skies, in the reflections, and within the quiet corners of his own heart. He lets this realization bring ease to his tired soul. He feels humbled and comforted by the simple truth of the mirrored sky. The boundaries that once separated Earth and stars seem thinner now, as if each puddle, each glint of light, holds a secret window to the cosmos. With every reflection, he finds more reasons to slow down and savor the subtle magic present in every moment. These small wonders become a balm, gently soothing away old uncertainties. Sitting silently, he closes his eyes and listens to the soft hush of the evening. In the gentle darkness, the reflection of the moon lingers behind his lids, carrying its peaceful light into his dreams. The astronomer lets himself rest, trusting that the world's mysteries will always reveal themselves in their own quiet time. He breathes deeply, inviting tranquility and contentment into every part of himself. Opening his eyes, he studies the puddle anew. Each ripple seems to carry 1,000 tiny stories, woven together by the soft pull of the night. The astronomer is struck by how much beauty can live in something as unassuming as a bit of rainwater. With each new wave, he finds inspiration and a sense of quiet hope growing. The heavens are not so far away after all. They are all around, reflected in gentle ways. A distant bell chimes, calling out softly across the neighborhood. The astronomer listens and feels even more connected to the world around him. The sound ripples over the water, mingling with the moonlight. He senses how all things are linked, sound, light, earth, and skybound together in these humble, reflective moments. Gratitude swells quietly inside him, warm as a candle's gentle flame. He dips his hand into the puddle, breaking the moon's image for a mere heartbeat. He watches the reflection dissolve, then slowly reform as the water calms again. The astronomer is reminded that beauty often lies in renewal and transformation. Each time the image returns, a little different, a little more mysterious. It is a gentle promise that peace and wonder can always return, even after the stillness is disturbed. Even after the stillness is disturbed. As the night deepens, the colours around him grow richer, bluer, wrapped in the hush of midnight. The puddle becomes a little lens, pulling the distant moon closer and softening its glow. The astronomer remains, entranced by how simple things are play of light. A drop of water can hold such meaning. He understands now that true wonder is not rare or far away, but ever present, quietly reflecting back in unexpected places. He lifts his gaze to the sky and feels a kinship with the stars. Their light continues to reach him, both in the heavens above and in the gentle puddle at his side. The astronomer lets the moment linger, pulling peace from each reflection, each subtle shimmer. He is grateful for the rain, for the puddle, for the chance to see the sky made small and wrapped in tenderness. It is enough, here and now. A thoughtful stillness settles as the last ripples fade. The astronomer senses the threads of his own curiosity weaving together with the quiet beauty at his feet. In the mirrored world of the puddle, he finds both belonging and a aware reminder that sometimes the universe offers answers not by revealing distant secrets, but by inviting us to pause and really see where we stand, surrounded by soft brilliance. He closes his eyes once more, feeling the cool night air on his face. The astronomer smiles, holding on to the memory of the moon's trembling image below. He knows he will carry this quiet moment with him wherever he goes, a small and perfect sky, enough to restore his sense of wonder. At last he rises slowly, silent gratitude lingering in every movement, ready to return to his journey with a calm and joyful spirit. Rising thoughtfully, the astronomer takes a final look at the puddle. Even as the water settles, the moon's reflection remains, serene, patient, endlessly giving. He whispers a word of thanks, unsure if it's for the sky, the water, or simply the gift of this peaceful moment. With a gentle step, he moves onward, the soft impression of wonder echoing inside him long after the puddle is left behind. With each step away, the astronomer feels lighter, as if letting go of a burden he did not realize he carried. The peaceful puddle, with its mirrored moon and dancing light, has reminded him of life's gentle treasures, those quiet, fleeting moments that invite the mind to soften and the heart to open. He continues forward, aware that wonder will be waiting for him, disguised in new forms and ready to be discovered anew. As he moves on, the sounds of the night rise up around him, the gentle hush of grass, the chorus of distant crickets, the tiny tap of retreating raindrops. The heavens glow above, and yet the memory of their reflection remains vivid within him. The astronomer feels more connected than ever, to the sky, to the earth, to every humble, shining thing that shares the midnight hour with him on his quiet path home. He glances back one last time, holding the puddle's silent wisdom in his heart. With every step, the world feels a bit more magical, the ordinary sparkling with hidden grace. The astronomer continues into the night, peaceful and grateful, guided by the memory of a moonlit reflection, a gentle reminder that beauty is always within reach for those willing to pause, notice, and welcome it into their lives with open hands and a quiet soul. Chapter 7. The Gentle Firefly. The astronomer settles quietly onto the cool grass, letting the earth's softness cradle his tired form. Around him, dusk thickens, and the tiny lanterns of fireflies spark into life. Their glow blinks slowly, a silent rhythm that pulses in time with his breathing. He watches, feeling drawn into their delicate world, each light a gentle heartbeat in the wide, waiting dark. He folds his hands on his lap, finding a rare comfort in stillness. The fireflies flit nearby, weaving gentle arcs above the waving grass. With each flicker, the astronomer senses a messigaia patience, a grace, something that needs no words. There is no hurry here, only the slow, sacred dance of living light. He allows his own thoughts to soften, to quiet, joining the moment's tender peace. The night air is cool, but carries the memory of sunlight. The astronomer gazes upward to the tranquil sky, its vastness both distant and familiar. The blinking fireflies below seem to echo the glimmering stars above. For a breath, the boundaries blur, earth and sky folding into each other. The astronomer's heart releases its burdens, drifting into the hush that lingers all around. Each firefly floats gently, trailing tiny sparks. It's as if the grass itself glimmers with newfound constellations. The astronomer wonders about their quiet wisdom. He senses in their brief luminous arcs a silent invitation to be gentle, to witness even the smallest beauty. The hush deepens, each moment stretching long, calm settling in his bones like dew upon the earth. He listens to the whisper of the wind as it stirs the tall grass, blending with the faint music of wings. The fireflies drift higher, circling lazily in patterns only they understand. Time feels elastic, the world shrinking to this little patch of earth, this gathering of fragile lights. In this sheltered place, the astronomer lets go of the vastness that once weighed so heavy. With every slow blink, the fireflies illuminate a wisdom born of patience. The astronomer notices how each glow is brief, yet more precious for its fleetingness. Their tiny lights are undemanding, simply offering themselves to the night. He considers how often he has overlooked these quiet wonders, searching instead for distant galaxies. Tonight, the smallest lights are enough. The fireflies linger, moving in quiet harmony, never colliding, always drifting just beyond his reach. The astronomer's gaze softens, his thoughts loosen their tight grip. He senses the subtle connection that binds all living things, fireflies and stars alike. Beneath the stillness, he feels gratitude, rise a gentle warmth, kindled by the simplest joys. This is a peace not found in maps of the heavens. He exhales slowly, matching the rhythm of the gentle blinks. The fireflies seem to breathe with him, pulsing in unspoken sympathy. The astronomer wonders at their coded light, each flash a secret language. Without knowing their message, he feels included, a silent acceptance within the quiet commune of living things. In their presence, his mind unclenches, welcoming the soft dark without fear. The sky above glows with the earliest hints of starlight. He watches fireflies orbiting in their own tiny constellations. There's a familiar echo between the heavens and the earth tonight, a gentle mirroring that calms his restless spirit. The astronomer realizes that the light he sought in far-off spaces glimmers just as brightly within arm's reach. Each firefly, a miniature world of wonder. Around him, the grass shivers with the passing breeze. The fireflies rise and fall, riding invisible currents. The astronomer closes his eyes for a moment, letting the cool air and the scattered glows fill his senses. He is no longer searching, only seeing. Time drifts. There is only breath, the rustle of leaves, and the gentle chorus of silent lights performing their dusk ballet. A distant owl calls, its soft sound rolling through the field. The astronomer opens his eyes to find the fireflies drifting even closer. Some rest on slender blades, pulsing gently. Others meander higher, lost in the shadowed blue. With each flash, he is reminded of hope fragile, persistent, unwavering. The firefly's presence offers a quiet companionship that soothes his solitude into restful ease. Memories drift in as easily as the night settles. The astronomer recalls childhood evenings, chasing fireflies with cupped, eager hands. He remembers the thrill as tiny lights dance through his fingers before choosing freedom once again. The nostalgia brings a bittersweet comfort, grounding him. Even as an adult chasing distant wonders, this small miracle endures steady, forgiving, a reminder of innocence and joy. He allows himself to lie back fully, gazing upward through a gentle haze. The stars shimmer faintly, old friends now met with softer eyes. The fireflies weave between earth and sky, blurring the distance with each flight. The astronomer closes his eyes, letting starlight and firefly light blend across his thoughts. Together, they create a tapestry of quiet symmetry that holds him in gentle suspension. With each inhale, the air feels sweeter, carrying the subtle scent of grass and earth. The world narrows to sense a soft damp beneath him, the whisper of wings above. The astronomer's mind, once crowded by longing, now fills with gratitude for presence. Every firefly's flash becomes a prayer, a wordless blessing. There is nothing to fix, nothing to chase, only this unfolding peace, warm and weightless. A single firefly hovers closer, its light pulsing steadily. The astronomer watches with gentle wonder, almost afraid to move and break the moment. In the little creature's glow, he sees the quiet miracle of life, unassuming, radiant and brief. It is enough. The firefly hovers a heartbeat longer, then winks out, leaving behind only the memory of its light gently echoing in the darkness. Around him, the field grows quieter still. The firefly's blinking seems to slow, the world settling into deeper silence. The astronomer draws his knees to his chest, wrapping himself in the comfort of this gentle night. Above, constellations sharpen, his old companion shining faintly down. Yet tonight, he feels closer to the world beneath, anchored by the humble brilliance of flickering fireflies. His thoughts stray to the universe's grand design, yet he finds peace in its smallest parts. The firefly's brief lights remind him that joy is not always grand or lasting. Sometimes happiness glimmers softly, then disappears. Appreciating these moments changes him. The astronomer's worry fades, replaced by a stillness that glows from within, kindled by the resilience of these delicate carriers of light. He watches as two fireflies spiral in unison, a tiny dance of light woven through the grass. There is a lesson there, one he cannot quite name, about closeness and letting go. The beauty is in the movement, in the fleeting touch of light to light. The astronomer feels grateful for simplicity, for connection made without words, just by sharing the space and the silent, luminous dance. Time seems to lose its shape as the night deepens. The astronomer's senses grow attuned to even the faintest pulse of light, every blink a quiet reassurance. He finds no reason to analyze or record, only to witness. In the company of these gentle fireflies, he feels reprieve from the burdens of knowledge. Wonder, he realizes, is sometimes best approached in silence and awe. A cloud drifts across the moon, muting the sky's brightness. The fireflies glow undisturbed, lanterns in a softening world. The astronomer admires their persistence. It is tempting to see grand meaning in each flash, but tonight, meaning feels beside the point. Presence is its own reward. He breathes more deeply, letting the quiet around him fill the long spaces left by unanswered questions. He feels a kinship with the firefly as a fellowship of gentle wanderers beneath the vast night. Their brief lives carry light unself-consciously, as if content just to exist. The astronomer has spent years chasing knowledge, mapping distant realms. Here, he learns from creatures with no maps, guided only by instinct, by a wisdom as ancient as the stars. Their guidance is quiet but certain. The astronomer opens his palm to the sky. A firefly flutters gently upward, drawn by an invisible current. He smiles, heart-light. There is no urgency here, only acceptance and stillness. The field is a cathedral of peace, illuminated by the low hymn of tiny wings and gentle blinks. The astronomer softly thanks the fireflies, their silent presence a balm and a blessing in the deepening night. As the fireflies begin to scatter, their lights grow fainter, blending with the distant stars above. The astronomer feels a deep contentment settle within him, understanding that wonder is everywhere, both near and far. The quiet field holds more beauty than the furthest galaxy tonight. In the soft company of fireflies, the astronomer lays his head back against the earth, heart full and at peace. The grass is cool and forgiving as the night leans in fully. The last flashes of firefly light sparkle, luminous farewells dancing above sleepy fields. The astronomer tills this memory deep into his heart, gentle, fleeting lights shining in darkness, a reminder that beauty is always nearby. Wrapped in the hush of grass and stars, he drifts towards sleep, belonging at last to the quiet wonders of both earth and sky. Chapter 8. A New Kind of Wonder. The astronomer returns to his quiet home, the weight of his journey still shimmering in his heart. Candlelight dances softly across the spines of his favourite books, flickering in rhythm with his newfound contentment. The night air feels gentle, wrapping around him like an old friend. He sits by the window, letting everything familiar settle around him, noticing each soft detail he had long overlooked. The astronomer's gaze lingers on the way shadows bend beneath the golden light, stretching and folding like lazy streams of thought. Outside, the stars are silent companions, their echoes gently streaming through his glass panes and onto his walls. For the first time, he does not measure their distance. He does not count or question. Instead, he soaks in the hush that surrounds him, letting simple moments swell and breathe within his heart. He finds himself mesmerized by the drifting candle's glow, a miniature sun that waltzes atop its wick. Shadows rise and fall across worn pages and faded covers. The astronomer realizes that wonder is present not only in distant galaxies, but in the small sanctuaries of home. Silence, once heavy, now feels gentle, filled with the promise of peaceful discovery, found not by reaching further, but by looking closer. Curled up in his old armchair, the astronomer closes his eyes, listening to the faint symphony of the night. The soft tap of candle wax echoes against the steady hush of darkness. He breathes in, realizing how sweetly the ordinary now sings the hush of paper turning, the hope in tiny lights. Lost memories softly surface, gentle as starlight. A quiet revelation, tender and new. Upon returning, outside, a breeze stirs the curtains, threading cold air and moonlit shadows through the room. The astronomer smiles, content for the first time not to chase, but simply to watch. Every familiar object seems radiant teacup, telescope, and Quileach whispering stories he once hurried past. Wonder now moves in small ripples, beginning at his fingertips and spreading slowly, until even his own breath feels full of gentle magic. He traces the patterns in the flickering candlelight as if they were constellations drifting against the ceiling. No longer longing for secrets hidden deep in the vast night, he delights in the subtle chorus murmured by the world near at hand. The ordinary becomes extraordinary, a promise found within the hush of soft shadows, the lilt of distant crickets, and the silent rhythm of candle wax gathering on the table. The astronomer reaches for one of his oldest books, running his fingers along the well-worn spine. As he gently opens its cover, the pages catch the candle's glow, turning gold at the edges. Each word and diagram sparks with new joy, as if he is reading them for the first time. The boundaries between Earth and cosmos dissolve, and he realizes that discovery is an ever-returning guest, alive within the smallest light. A gentle rain begins outside, its soft patter blending with the hush in the room. The astronomer lets the soothing sound anchor him, each drop reminding him of the beauty found in repetition, in the small and quiet. He no longer hungers for distant marvels. The world within arm's reach suddenly feels infinite, layered with meanings he once overlooked. He smiles, recognizing wonder blooming quietly at home. He watches flame and shadow mingle on the wall, tracing shifting patterns as delicate as distant star clusters. Curiosity remains, but its tone has changed, becoming softer, more enduring. The astronomer senses that every flicker, every quiet echo contains its own story. He sits quietly, letting these stories wash over him, anchoring him gently in the glow of home. The simple now feels boundless, a kind of peace he had not known before. The simple now feels boundless, a kind of peace he had not known before. Night deepens. The cool air wraps around the astronomer like a cloak, and he feels the calm weight of belonging. He pours a cup of tea, watching steam rise and dance with the candlelight. The subtle pleasures of life in this quiet space become treasures he once overlooked. Each ordinary motion, pouring, stirring, sipping, holds its own shimmer of magic. He realizes with gentle acceptance that he is exactly where he needs to be. The astronomer finds himself humming softly, a tune inspired by the constant hush of rain and the gentle crackle from the candle's wick. It is not a song meant for crowds, but a lullaby he carries quietly within. Each verse is woven from gratitude for warmth, for shelter, for the silence that fills the heart when great longing has been eased. In this space the world's noise softens, replaced by restful wonder. The candle burns low, wax pooling in slow, thoughtful spirals. The astronomer sits watching, letting time stretch and unfold. He discovers beauty in this patient, simplicity, the soft heartbeat of his home, the undemanding presence of his books and tools. While stars once called him outward, now each flicker of light calls him deeper within, promising peace not in finding answers but in asking gentler questions. At the window, the astronomer gazes up at the night sky. The stars shine as they always have, but tonight they appear less distant, more like companions than mysteries to solve. The glass blurs their points into soft, shimmering invitations to simply marvel. He feels their presence not as a call to go further, but to notice more deeply. Wonder, he realizes, is not out there but within, waiting quietly to be noticed. He lets the window fog slightly with his breath, tracing an idle spiral with his finger. Each gesture is slow, unhurried. The act of looking out, then looking in, becomes its own meditation. He feels gratitude for these gentle transitions, for the way homecoming can reshape the heart. The longing for distant worlds fades into appreciation for every here and now, as luminous and mysterious as any galaxy he once chased. Evenings stretch long and patient. The astronomer's eyes linger over the quiet corners of the room, the coins and snippets collected over years, the dusty hum of shelves, the soft patina of lived-in wood. Every detail is bathed in candlelight, edged with a subtle peace. He is no longer restless. That restlessness has become a gentle stillness, dispelling the ache for faraway wonders and leaving only the serenity of being present. A moth flutters past the flame, briefly casting tiny shadows that dance and dissolve. The astronomer smiles at the small drama, amazed by the world contained within a single room's light. He senses that even the tiniest things flutter and flame, sound and silence are woven into the vast tapestry of existence. His heart settles into this acceptance, breathing deeply, letting each moment become enough for wonder to bloom. With the passing hours, the astronomer understands how the universe has come to rest inside his home. No grand discoveries, needed only gentle witness. The gleam on a teapot, the hush of each page turned, the warmth that drifts from the candle's heart. These form a constellation as intricate as any he once mapped in the sky. He leans back and lets wonder fill the quiet, kindness flowing inward at last. Night grows thick, velvet shadows gathering across the floor. The candle's glow grows gentler, but the astronomer is untroubled. He sees how endings soften into new beginnings. The wax dwindling, the flame's memory clinging to the silence. There is peace in every slow change, mystery in every familiar corner. Sleep hovers near, promise woven from moonlight, candlelight, and the soft, abundant wonder of being home. As sleep approaches, the astronomer feels gratitude for simple things. Soft bed, the scent of old books filling the air, the hush of rain against the window. Each sensation is rich with possibility, unhurried and deep. He gathers these moments gently, storing them in the quiet corners of his mind. Wonder no longer races outward. Instead, it curls gently inward, a new kind of treasure secreted in the warmth of home. The astronomer lies down, letting his body relax into the softness of blankets. He listens again to the peaceful sounds. The candle's last sigh, the rain's final whisper, his own slow breathing. He knows now that wonder is not a distant destination, but a lived, ongoing experience anchored in every familiar detail. As his eyes drift shut, he feels that gentle revelations settle within him, inviting restful dreams laced with quiet, shining wonder. Dreams come softly. The astronomer's mind drifts through candlelit rooms, starlit windows, and the tender hush of home. Each moment is gentle, woven from gratitude and peace. He no longer dreams of endless space or unknown answers, but of warm light and the restful presence of things well loved. His journey has come full circle, ending not with the grand discovery, but with the quiet joy of knowing wonder has always been close by. Outside, dawn presses lightly at the edges of the sky. The astronomer, still drifting between sleep and waking, feels the world shift soft, hopeful, renewed. The memory of starlight, the caress of candles glow. These linger in his heart, promising gentle beginnings. Wonder, once scattered far across the night, is now woven through every breath and sight. In stillness and in home, the universe finds him complete and quietly at peace. As the candle gutters out, leaving a delicate spiral of smoke, the astronomer stirs. He opens his eyes to daylight dancing across his familiar room. Though the stars are hidden by morning's light, their presence is felt in every gentle detail. A quiet smile spreads across his face. He rises, carrying wonder with him into the new day, nourished by all that is nearer. Joy rediscovered in the sanctuary of home. The story settles quietly to its close. The astronomer's journey outward became a return, and in that return he found a new kind of wonder, deep, gentle, and beautifully close at hand. May you find such wonder in your own small light tonight, and may peace gather softly around you, just as candlelight gathers on well-loved pages. good night and sweet dreams until next time on Pillow Talk. Chapter 9. Beneath Mirrored Heavens. When the night falls gently over the world, the astronomer splits his time between the wide, mysterious sky and the soft, welcoming glow of the earth below. Each evening brings a quiet invitation to wander, to balance longing and gratitude, and to notice the humble lights that shape his journey as much as any distant constellation ever could. He peers through his telescope, starlight trembling at the edge of his vision, each point aglow with secrets. Yet, when he lowers his gaze, the world around him feels alive in its own gentle ways. The flickering of lampposts, the glimmer of dew, and the fireflies drifting across his path comfort him, grounding his spirit after long hours spent searching the heavens. Beneath mirrored heavens, the astronomer's walks become as important as his nightly vigils at the telescope's lens. Silence guides his footsteps, the hush of grass underfoot, the rustling of leaves within the wind. These simple sounds carry him farther than starlight alone ever could, teaching him to cherish the present moment as a quiet miracle. Soft breezes play with the edges of his coat as he strolls, the cool air fragrant with night-blooming flowers. Streetlights twinkle gently, each reflection in a rain puddle like a forgotten star found anew. The astronomer inhales deeply, filling his lungs with peace. Each breath draws him closer to a place where longing for distant worlds blends with the beauty of the world he knows. Sometimes, as he pauses by a garden fence or lingers beneath swaying branches, the astronomer finds himself smiling without reason. There is a meditative rhythm to his steps, and in that gentle pace, anxieties seem to soften. The Earth's quiet radiance offers comfort, reminding him that there is wonder in being where his feet rest, as well as in reaching for what lies beyond. The astronomer notices small details, now a lantern burning at a neighbour's window, moths circling clumsy and eager, a shadow trailing beneath the moon's silver path. Every night these sights greet him like old friends. His wandering turns inward, no longer only searching the distant spheres, but listening to the peace that unfurls in his own heart. Despite the pull of the stars, the astronomer finds his greatest comfort in the grace of earthbound lights. A candle burning low becomes a guiding star of its own. Reflections of the sky shimmer in shallow puddles, linking Earth and cosmos. He realizes that above and below, beauty mirrors beauty, and he belongs equally to the quiet spaces of both worlds. On rare occasions, a gentle rain drizzles down while he walks. Each raindrop ripples through pools on the path, gilded by the dull glow of streetlights above. The astronomer pauses, watching water become a canvas for scattered constellations, seeing the universe reflected not just above, but beneath his feet, revealing that wonder can flow from the simplest of scenes. He learns to listen for the hush hidden in darkness, a silence that brushes his cares away. As the world lies quiet, the astronomer feels his heart lighten. He is accompanied by the steady beat of his footsteps, the soft whisper of breeze and water, and a newfound understanding that he doesn't walk alone amid life's gentle illuminations. His dreams soften, no longer restless for what lies beyond, but soothed by the embrace of the now. The astronomer sits on a garden bench, hands resting quietly in his lap, looking up through the branches. Stars peak and flicker, yet it is the chorus of crickets and distant fireflies that lull him into serenity, weaving earth and sky together in peace. Sometimes he finds friendship therein, alley cat curled nearby, sharing the warmth of a lantern's glow. The astronomer speaks little, content to simply be amid these silent witnesses. He feels gratitude growing stronger, grounded in quiet moments where each small presence is a soft companion, reminding him of the unspoken comfort found in belonging. As nights go by, his longing for the unattainable fades into something gentler. Wonder lingers close, not as a feverish pursuit, but as a gentle awareness humming through his bones. The astronomer's soul, once pulled thin like light across a lens, now feels whole. He brings the peace of both stars and streetlights into each step, each breath, each pause. The wind at night grows softer, caressing his hair. He walks in rhythm with the pulse of life around him, the distant call of an owl, the feel of cobblestones beneath worn shoes, the quiet promise of another dawn. His world expands not just upward, but outward too, encompassing every gentle glimmer nestled within the fabric of his ordinary, extraordinary nights. There are nights when the stars hide behind clouds. On those evenings, the astronomer never feels adrift. Instead, he traces the glint of water on leaves, delights in the slow waltz of a moth, and finds meaning in the echo of his own quiet laughter. Even without a sky full of stars, he is guided by a constellation of simple joys close at hand. Under mirrored heavens, sorrow loses its sharpness. The astronomer whispers gratitude to the world, thankful for every step and every sight, no longer in exile between distant worlds, but welcomed gently into a harmony of earth and sky. Night after night, there is a silent celebration in his heart, a growing understanding that home is formed wherever wonder is kept alive. In every lamp-lit alley or dew-streaked blade of grass, the astronomer finds the universe drawing close, folding its broad horizons into the palm of his hand. He collects these momentary treasures, reflections, scents, the hush of his surroundings. Each one is a gift from the ordinary, a reminder that magic endures in the most peaceful corners of his nighttime walks. One evening, he stands by a quiet pond. The sky above shines with scattered stars, and their shimmering twins stir on the water's surface. The astronomer feels suspended between worlds grounded and uplifted. Here, he is part of a gentle story unfolding in both sky and earth, an invitation to dwell in places where solitude transforms into a quietly shared wonder. He grows to love these moments when longing turns to presence. A lantern's flicker, the brush of night air, all become signs that he belongs not just to places beyond reach, but to this exact moment, the hush before sleep, the gentle darkness that wraps him in peace. The astronomer finds joy in being here, now, as much as in distant skies. A sense of belonging takes root inside him. The astronomer realizes he is more than an observer. He is woven into the midnight tapestry, along with every moth and quiet flame. Grounded in his heart is the certainty that the simplest lights, those nearest to him, will always be enough to guide him home tonight and on every night yet to come. Each walk returns him gently to his telescope. Looking up, he greets the constellations, grateful for both familiar comfort and the unknown. The astronomer recognizes that dreamers do not have to choose between reaching out and resting in place. They can gather stardust and sit quietly among fireflies, finding completeness in that tender balance between searching and belonging. In the company of starlight and small earthbound flames, the astronomer's spirit feels lighter. A peace he once thought unreachable now surrounds him, filling the space between each thoughtful breath. Wonder is no longer a distant goal, but an ever-present companion, lingering like the faint perfume of night flowers and the soft shimmering of moonlit dew. As dawn creeps closer, the gentle hush deepens. He stands beneath mirrored heavens, awash in gratitude. The astronomer wishes upon the quietest star, hoping the peace he has found will endure long past sunrise. With a last look at the glowing lights earthly and celestial, he turns home, his heart made bright by the stillness he has learned to cherish. Before reaching his door, the astronomer glances upward one final time. The sky and street join in silent communion, both worlds awash in the soft, lingering light that marks the edge of dreams. He feels at home in both above and below, yearning and arriving knowing that the universe will always meet him wherever he finds stillness, peace and wonder. The astronomer steps inside, the echoes of his night's journey still resting warmly in his heart. As he prepares for sleep, he finds comfort in the knowledge that each walk, each look through his telescope, deepens his belonging to both earth and sky. Wrapped in the gentle embrace of mirrored heavens, he drifts to dreams filled with the light of all his worlds. Chapter 10. The Astronomer's Rest. The room is quiet, dawn's first. Blue hints softening the edges of the astronomer's world. He lies upon his bed, the weight of a long night gently pressing him into the mattress. Beside him, a candle flickers, painting warm light on the walls. All is calm, all is still. Only the slow rhythm of his breath keeps time in the gentle hush. He gazes at the ceiling, eyes soft with reflection, noticing the delicate play of shadows. The distant songs of birds begin, faint and hesitant, lacing the air with promise. The astronomer feels no urge to chase thoughts or distant stars now. Instead, he draws comfort from the present, finding fulfillment in the profound silence that envelops the beginning of the day. He allows his mind to wander, drifting from echoing memories of searching the heavens to the intimate here and now, the softness of sheets, the steady flutter of the curtain in dawn's gentle breeze. Each small detail emerges vivid, precious. The candle's glow dances quietly. Contentment, once elusive, now pulls within him subtle and unmistakably real. For all those years spent longing for distant wonders, tonight's lesson is simple. Beauty, whether a far-off constellation or the golden halo around a trembling flame is always nearby for anyone willing to truly see. The astronomer smiles softly, heart at ease. There is no restlessness left, only the serenity that comes with acceptance and deep appreciation. His thoughts settle, unfurling like the petals of a flower in slow motion. The candle's flame bends and straightens, responding to the gentle air. Stillness makes space for gratitude, for the stars that led him, for the firefly's spark, for the moon mirrored in a lonely puddle. Each was a guide, gently pointing him back to the wonders of earthbound existence. He senses a profound connection himself. A part of the universe he once only studied with instruments and distant eyes. No boundary now exists between the vast and the near, between sky and bedsheet, between star and soul. Everything shimmers with meaning for those who choose to pause, look, and quietly cherish the hidden beauty that surrounds them. Gentle shadows flicker as the candle grows low, and the room seems to breathe with him. Inhale, soft and deep. Exhale, slow and grounding. The walls hold the warmth of that flame in faint, comforting glows. He rests more fully with every moment, surrendering not to sleep, but to a tranquil awareness that fills the space with calm and contentment. The astronomer lets his eyes fall closed for a moment, listening to the whisper of dawn. The world outside gradually brightens, yet he does not rush to meet it. Instead, he honors the quiet, the gentle hush just before the day begins, absorbing a deep sense of restful fulfillment. His heart beats slow, each thump a gentle reminder, you are here, you belong. Memories trickle through him, visions of distant meteor trails, nights spent shivering on rooftops, chasing the secrets of galaxies. Now, each memory is softened by gratitude rather than longing. The stars did teach him wonder, but it is the simple, overlooked lights a candle, a firefly, the moon and a puddle that complete his lesson in true appreciation. He feels a quiet joy welling up, a tender happiness that needs no grand event or dazzling discovery. There is no striving, only rest, no racing mind or urgent wish. The astronomer's journey, once measured in light years chased, now finds its closing steps right herein, the stillness with only gentle light for company, the weight of peace heavy and kind against his chest. On the nightstand, the candle has almost burned to its end. Its light is soft and amber, holding the promise of rest. Shadows ripple along the wall, playing out the last dance of the night. The astronomer watches, mesmerized by the beauty of this simple spectaclear, minded that every moment, no matter how quiet, is an invitation to pause and savour. He settles further into his sheets, feeling every gentle fold and crease. Each breath is slower, deeper, as if the night has become a lullaby just for him. The world grows gentle and still. The boundary between night and day blurs. The beauty he once searched for in distant orbits now nestles close, quiet and steadfast in the heart of his own resting place. As he drifts, the astronomer reflects on all he has seen: planets bright and far, comets burning brightly for moments before fading away. But none have left as lasting an impression as this gentle scene: candle, bed, dawn, a sense of peaceful belonging. True wonder, he realizes, is not only in the grand or the rare, but in returning, content, to yourself. He lets gratitude wrap around him, as gentle as a blanket. The air is cool, the sheets soft, the world hushed at the edge of sunrise. For the first time in many nights, he feels no longing, only a peaceful sense of having arrived, both in his heart and in his home. The flickering candles light whispers to him, "You are enough," and the night is filled with blessing. Birdsong grows clearer beyond the windowsill, threading through the silence with hope and tenderness. The astronomer listens, accepting that every ending holds a beginning, trusting that after countless nights of searching the skies, peace has finally landed softly within him. The night's lessons settle gently on his soul, like dew on quiet petals in the gentle dawn. He imagines each star he watched fading gently with the sunrise, not lost, only changing, making room for new light. His body relaxes, his breath deepens, and a smile lingers on his lips. The beauty he has found near to him shines quietly, needing no announcement or celebration. Contentment flows through every part of him, rooting gently and calmly in his heart. As the candle's last spark flickers, he releases the urge to seek answers. He has learned to see, to cherish, to trust the quiet moments. There is wisdom in simply being alive, aware, enveloped by the comforts of home and the gentle blessing of restfulness. The astronomer floats in that tranquil borderland, not wishing for elsewhere, only grateful for right now. A light breeze flutters the curtain, carrying the scent of morning. He inhales, savouring the shift, letting himself drift further into surrender. The peace he feels is generous, expansive. It widens his senses rather than dulls them. Here, fulfillment glows quietly, like embers, steady, unwavering, offering warmth even as the night gives way to day. He feels an unhurried sense of wholeness. All the wandering, all the curiosity, all the moments of awe have led to this simple, perfect pause. Light, once distant, is now both around and within him. There is no rush, only endless permission to rest. The astronomer smiles, inwardly content, supported, and at long last home in the beauty he once tried so hard to find. Minutes pass. He loses count, unconcerned. He lets the gentle transition of night to morning unfold without judgment. His mind, so used to calculation and questioning, finds joy in simply feeling dawn's embrace. The astronomer learns that some answers are not found in the stars, but in resting, in noticing the small light nearby, and letting his spirit grow calm and whole. Dawn's light thickens at the window, promising a new day beyond the resting place. Still, he remains quiet, rooted in the gentle fullness of now. There is nothing to add, nothing to chase, only the hush of completion and the satisfaction of a lesson learned at last. For all the world's demands, he offers only this moment's peace and lets it gently settle within him. He accepts with gratitude that some quests end where they began. Restfulness itself can be the richest discovery of all. The astronomer's final lesson is given and received in silence. Beauty waits everywhere for those who are willing to see and savour. In this peaceful dawn, he lets go of all seeking and allows his soul to finally sleep beside his softly glowing candle. And so the story closes quietly. The astronomer breathes slow and deep, sheltering in the calm light of his own room. He feels complete, the outside world gently suspended, the search over for tonight. Let the flame fade, let the shadows blur. Only thing that matters now is this restful moment. In the lingering hush, fulfillment glows as surely as starlight, soft and everlasting. As sleep claims the astronomer, the stars above remain. Their beauty endures, watched or not. Comforted by this belonging, his heart rests easy, his mind quiet, and his dreams sweet. The lesson remains wonder does not wait in distant skies alone. It lingers, always, in every gentle light around us. The room is peaceful, the story ends in warmth, anchored in restful contentment.